Hello everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. We will add some music and then we will add some trains. Rhythm box. YouTube playlist. And like so. Just barely enough that I can hear it, but clear enough that you guys can clearly hear it. Alright. Nice. The stream should be on. Let me know in the chat if there's something. I'm gonna go through the chat, but first we're gonna add a train. And obviously, the first thing we're gonna put is my new RDC. That is simply amazing, quite frankly. I think it's one of the best things Rapido's done in years for N-Scale, and I stand by that sentence. And you will see why in just a minute. Awesome. All right, I will grab a seat. We will enjoy the stream together. Some cameras seems to be frozen because no cameras are frozen. I just have a bigger dead spot than I thought. Well, that's unfortunate. We have a longer curve where we don't see this train's very much, but hi Colleen. So let's go through the chat because I want to see every beautiful name of beautiful people in here, and I saw Jim's name, so that's not in the beautiful people, but that's okay. Alright, so I'm seeing Kenneth Burwell, which is a name I don't recognize. Welcome here. Josh Cannon, I believe I've seen you before. Welcome back. Hi Lucky Kevin, glad to see you here. Hi Raven, nice to see you here. Thank you very much. I've been having a lot of fun taking pictures with my little RDC. It looks gorgeous and it absolutely deserves being taken in pictures, and well, quite frankly, this layout doesn't look bad, so it makes it pop. So I'm quite happy about that. After hi Jim, you did your nice Raven, your first Santa gig. Nice. Oh, fantastic day for the animal rescue. I'm glad it's for something like that. Keep on going. You're doing a good job. Alright, so let's see. Hi Ray, also a name I don't recognize. Glad to see you here. We're gonna have some fun. Glad to see Colleen. That's a name I recognize, but for a good reason, so that's all good. I'm realizing we could add some lights to the buildings, like so. And hi John Train BFGR. Glad to see you here as well. So we will, at some point tonight, we will add a, we will dim the lights for a few minutes, simply to have some night running, and specifically for this loco, this train, this loco, this RDC, because the interior lighting is gorgeous, and while you do see that there is interior lighting, you don't really see the interior, and it's barely there, which is actually a good thing when it's the fact that you don't see it when there's bright lights around it, meaning it's not too bright and there's a small very slim tint in the glass, which is great. But in the dark you can clearly see the inside and it faintly glows on the outside, which is also great, and I really want you guys to see it and enjoy it. So we will do that. Also, at some point, I'll stop the RDC on track, and I will prove to you that it's a DC system, and the interior light stays on. I know I've talked about this in my video. It's not new for people who've watched my video, but I think it's still worth showing because it's really cool. Such a complete product for what I believe is a decent price. As you can see, it works really good. And those are 9 3/4 inch radius, which is for HO people the equivalent of 18 inch. And it's taking the turn just fine, which is very rare for Rapido. So I'm glad. I'm glad they did such a good job. So great. I am usually here, but close to my bedtime and just listen and watch. No problem, Ray. I'm just glad to have you here. Enjoy the show. I understand it can be late for some people, but it's the best time for both me with my personal life and a lot of people here, being that I'm on the East Coast, and a lot of my viewers seems to be Ontario to further west, which means to them it's earlier. So if we do it earlier, a lot of people are on supper time. But so this is Dim Delight. How romantic. I'll be romantic for you, Jim. As you can see, the camera's actually adapted well. Will we see clearly the interior? We can see clearly that it's lit, but we still don't see the interior. I will stop the train in a spot that we can see the train pretty well, like the inside of the RDC. I think it's worth showing. Like I said, the interior is actually complete, and because they put a capacitor in it, it still glows, as you can see. And also, as you can see, the road numbers are still lit. They put that on the same circuit as the interior lights. So I thought this was a very good design choice by Rapido, and I'm very, very happy with it. So we will bring up the lights again. Yes, Jim, it is. It is. And we will run it for a few more minutes, and we will run it back a lot more times tonight. This will do multiple appearances because there's it's just a great card that I love. Yes, Jim, there is a lot of details. Hi, Josh. So to me, that's just a it's just an amazing product overall, and I got it for a really good price. Rapido has it for a decent price, but Other Valley was selling it for a discounted price, so 155 plus tax for what it is incredible. And there's technically even more details that were sold given separately, so that's even better. But most of the details were replacement parts if you break the ones on, so that's also great. I just thought this was a very complete product. So thank you, Josh. So yeah, and with the interior lighting, the directional, not directional, but the red lights for the classification lights, that's also a very neat little add-on that I really appreciate. Tunnel entrance needs a paint job, especially the inside. I mean, the outside's a little rough too, but technically that was a part that was, I don't like the word rescue, but it's a part that I bought but broke before I could install it, so it was technically bad, and instead I just roughed it up like with the paint and everything to make it look as if it was just old and cracked but still used, and I think it's acceptable. This is my only non-Nexigo camera. It's an old Logitech for that entrance. I only had 3 cameras, and I wanted 4 camera angles, so that's why it's a little bit more rough on the detail, but it's still there. And I thought that the angle above me was a nice little add-on. That's, I think, I don't remember doing that specific angle, and I printed some, I 3D printed some camera mounts today to be able to do this, and I'm very, very happy with the results. So yeah, this, hi Jeff. So this is, I have a few, not a lot, but a few, enough to make me happy. But tonight's gonna be an N scale special for the stream. I know the other time we did N scale, we started the HO scale, but tonight I'm not set up for this, so I will keep it to the N scale. Nice to see trains going faster than 20 miles an hour. It's nice, but it's also not going 100 miles an hour, which is what I don't like. I think a decent speed that is not too fast is fun. And our DCs were not the slowest trains either, right? As far as I know, which I've never been on one, but as far as I know, you know, they cruise at speed limit that they are allowed, and if it's 40, 50 miles an hour, they can. As far as I know, I may be wrong. Question, go for it, Jeff. Also, before I answer Jeff's, also the nice part, because this is a DC setup, the interior lights works better when it goes faster, because there's more power for the interior LED and the capacitor, so that's another reason why I make it go a little faster, to have better interior lighting. So Jeff's question, I made a lake and I'm going to put epoxy in it, so what kind should I use? Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for that. Maybe someone else in the chat could chime in. I've never done that, and I don't want to mislead you. I mean, the lake that Dave did is gorgeous, so I would recommend watching his videos and going along with what he did, because Dave at Scottsrail, I have just simply not poured any resin ever, so I would not be able to give you a proper answer, Jeff. Sorry about that. Now, we will start. I have a pictures of the locos, and I fixed the track where the bridge is so that they don't get caught over there. So now we will be able to run even more locos. I thought this could be nice. My river is... You'll probably make fun of me, and that's okay. This is just cheap blue acrylic paint that I poured too much of. I just, instead of painting it down, I just took the bottle, opened the spout, and just put a good layer and let it dry. And the all the color change and the bumps that looks like wave, that's just junk that was on the layout before I poured on it. So it looks good, but it looks better on camera. I will have to admit that. I would be lying if I said it looks just as good in person. I mean, it's not a bad look, but it's certainly not the looker in person. But it does a job. So it was cheaper than resin, that's for sure. And I didn't have any resin. I had that paint, and I was like, well, that's better than bare styrofoam. Poured it in, let it dry, and it ended up like this. Not mad about it, quite frankly, but it is not anything fancy. It is very blue, yes. Maybe a little too blue. So yeah, that's the technique I did for my my river, which it surprisingly looks decent, but it's really not fancy or anything special. It's not high end. So this is for what this layout is. I think that's perfect. I'm not gonna go resin for this. It just works. Plus, I didn't really have space to dig in because that spot is straight on bare wood. So putting resin would have mean bringing everything around higher. It was a lot more work for not much to gain. So this was perfectly fine for me. So we're gonna pick a train. I have a picture from last time with all the locomotive. We will use that again, but I do technically have is this the picture? Nope, that's not the picture. Wrong picture, actually. Let's find the proper picture. I know I have it somewhere. I just don't know. Is it this one? This doesn't look right. This is missing a lot of locomotives. Where did I put that picture? Is it my documents? No. Downloads. There you go. Okay. We will size down the picture and bring it up on screen for you guys to see the options for the trains, because someone needs to pick a train, and as much as I enjoy running trains, I want you guys to feel included and to, you know, pick a train. So for the first train, I saw that the first person here was Kenneth Burwell. If you're in the chat and want to pick a train, just say yes in the chat, and from that point on, I will turn on the picture and let you pick one. Hello, Matt MT Cads, and unfortunately, Raven, I will not be able to run Steam on this layout. It just does not cooperate very well. So, yes in chat, perfect. So I will turn on the picture, and I hope it's clear enough. There's technically one more option that you don't see here. So if you don't see anything that you like, let me know, and I will show you the extra option, or you can just say, hey, I want to see the extra option. CP on the left. All right, the SD90. We will absolutely do that. And again, the only thing I will say for the stream is that the RDC that is running right now is going to come back often. How often, I don't know, but pretty often. And otherwise, we're going to change trains pretty frequently tonight. I want to enjoy as much locomotives as possible without being, you know, changing all the time. The only downside to this is the rolling stock will be repetitive. I don't have a ton of option that runs good on this layout, so we will be limited in options for rolling stock, and since I want to run a lot of trains, the rolling stock will be repetitive. But quite frankly, a new loco is enough to make it different, and it's going to be fun regardless. So this will go there, and we will pick a few freight cars, including one that's on the heavier side so that there's no derailment, because this swings. This one could be good. Let's enjoy a simple train, because I don't want anything to be. I don't want a derailment town tonight. I just want a nice little running session. Well, little. We're gonna spend a few hours here, but a nice running session. And she's gone. Whoops. My bad. I'm gonna go grab it with the loco and put more cars afterward. Don't worry, we're not just putting one car. Another thing I did recently to help the layout, while I did not add a plexiglass on the side to prevent trains from falling off entirely, I did put the camera stands near where it was more prone to accidents. So that way, if something were to happen, the camera stand would most likely catch the loco or car falling. I mean, it's not a foolproof thing, and I'm not betting on it, but it's still better than nothing. Having the camera stand there. So let's see how it goes. We're gonna put something for Drew tonight, because I don't know if I said hi, but I know he's in the chat. We're gonna put my only ONR car on the track, and because it's a Kevin stream, we're putting a caboose. We get a good view there. That's also a thing, yes. This engine runs so good and just pulls so much in a uphill. So very happy with Ocado. Again, it's the gold standard for running on N scale, so couldn't ask for more. This is all. We get a good view on derailments. That's also a thing, I guess. Actually, technically no, because I don't have any view that's directly on the spot where it derails. But now we will turn off the picture so you guys can see every angle. Well, one more angle, and let's enjoy those train running. So TCT's in the chat. Hi TCT. If anyone has any question or whatever, go for it. Send it in the chat. It's gonna be a very chill night. Again, just running some freight or passenger equipment, mostly freight, but I have a few passenger options. And I mean, I can answer question. I'm not the best. Like earlier, I unfortunately did not have an answer for the resin, but I can always try. I'm at my gallery Sunday afternoon, almost 3 p.m. Wow, right, you're in Australia or New Zealand, not sure, but it's one or the other, and I know they're very different. I just don't remember which one. You're in the southern hemisphere, on the other side of the world from me. How long did you take to build your layout? This particular layout, I would say 4 to 5 months. It's 90% there, and there's some stuff to repair because it's over a year old and it's been moved quite a few times. But I've already repaired the track, so now that runs smoother. Now it's really finished the few bits of scenery that's not finished, and repair some cracks in the plaster, but it's pretty standard. I got Wi-Fi into the shed yesterday, so I can start my layout soon. Nice. And New Zealand. Nice. You're Kiwi. Nice. I never got why New Zealanders are called Kiwis, but it's pretty cool. So. Alright, so for the Kiwi or native flight. Oh, that's why. Those are gorgeous. I've seen those pictures of those birds before. I've never seen one in person because I don't live there. And I'm not a big fan of zoos. I've been in a few, but I always feel like unless it's not a wild zoo, having animals in cages for entertainment is not exactly like a good thing. They're meant to run around and do their thing, so that's a thing. But I mean, I've seen pictures and they look nice. Josh, I have a 165 HO engine. Well, you have 150 more than me. I don't even know if I have 15. How much do I have? I actually don't know. I have 18. Yeah, exactly, TCT. That's sanctuaries, and I've seen I've heard, I've never been to those, but I've heard of a few zoos where they're basically safaris. They have a huge portion of land and not that many animals, and we are the ones in cages where so that we're safe from the from an animal, or so that we're separated from the animals, but they're not actually, they're more free than we are, so those are fine, I guess. Hi Jersey Bill. Well, the Bud the Bud RDC that we will run again later. That's nice, Josh. I personally don't need or want many because I don't get to run. I want to run what I have. I enjoy, if I buy something, I really want to enjoy what I bought, and I want to buy it because I really like it and I mean to use it. So having less makes sure that I run a lot more of my collection. If I have 200, my layout's not big enough to even have 200 on the layout part. So that's my way of seeing it. There's nothing wrong with having a large collection. My goals with my trains are different, and it's to run them, so having a smaller collection makes it easier to run everything. So I need an opinion for you guys about the camera down there on the bottom right side of the screen. Right now it's pointing at the middle of the layout, so we can see all directions of the train, where it's focused on the river and sees the train going along the river and across it. I could turn the camera so it gets more towards the front of the layout, or I could turn it so it gets more of the little town. Should I keep it the way that it is? Should I turn it so that we see more of the front straight, or should I turn it the other way around? What do you guys prefer? I'm just wondering if I pick the proper angles. I really enjoy the two top angles, but the bottom left is as good as it's gonna get from that older webcam. I'm just not sure if so MT Cads says keep it, Josh says keep it, Jim says let's try more of the town. So I'll try and move it back just so that we see. So if I do, that's too much of the town. Also, my face is in the way. I'll move my face out because that's not the important part. This shows the bank and a bit more of the town. So I like both angles, quite frankly. This shows more of the life and the life on the layout and more of the town, but also the other one you get to see a bit more of the trains and you see a bit less of my washing machine in the back, which one of the next projects on this layout will be a bag drop, and it will, I don't know how much it will be on video because my girlfriend is the artist of the two. And I want her to participate in making that bag drop, but I don't know how comfortable she is with camera, and I don't want to force her into something she's not comfortable with. So for that reason, we might just have a before and after result video, or we might more. It'll really depends on her comfort level. No, she uses brush, Jim. I like seeing the bridge and the river. Alright, nice. So Colleen, do you think I should move it back, or is this good? Quite frankly, I really like this scene with the hot dog stand, and that's 2 down. Oh, 2 down. This is great. Perfect. So yeah, this will be the layout. I just think that the colors on the upper left cameras are a little off. Let's see if I can. That's my. That's by far my favorite view. Nice. That sounds like first thing. Hello, having good time, Tim. Let's just see if I can set the color so it's a little bit more poppy and less. Well, this. It's just a little. How do I say this? It just feels a little yellow, quite frankly. So it might go really wild for a second. Give it a. And I think it's frozen now. Yep, it's frozen. Nice. I messed it up right away. It's okay. We will fix it. White color, balance temperature. Let's put it a little less yellow. Is it back on? No, it's not. So we will not see a difference if the camera is not working. And she's not coming back whatsoever. Huh. It was fine until I changed another setting. I will bring back the other setting to see if it will fix the issue. Yup, it did somehow. Well, it says it did, but it's not showing any movement. Well, we see... We're still not seeing the train in the background. That is curious. There you go. Now it's back. Now let's adjust the colors so that it works properly. So this is a lot less yellowy, which is good, but it's missing a bit of pop in the colors. That's too sharp. This is too... that's a little bit too much. Let's go automatic again to reset stuff and off. I need a bit more color, just a bit. Ah, there you go. Now, this is what I was looking for. This is nice. These are the colors we were looking for. The refrigerator is working. No, we're just in Canada. The outside temperature went down and the camera freezes. That's just what it is. Is that hotel in the background in behind the trees? So yes, the upper left picture right there is the buildings we're seeing. The second one with like the little hump is the one we're seeing on the picture on the camera upper right corner. It's always confusing to me because I have to point upper left to show upper right. The camera is not mirrored, but that's fine. Well, there's... I don't know how to describe this. It's a 3-story building, but it has like a little square that has a 4th story. So I guess that would be a hotel. I'm not sure. I like the multicam. It is better than the Sky High Bird Viewer some YouTubers have. Thank you, Kevin. I'm trying my best. Sometimes I do put a Sky High view with the other ones, the other multicams, because it's nice to know where the train is and to really to be able to understand how the layout goes. To me, this is clear where everything is because I'm seeing the actual layout, right? If you don't know the layout or haven't seen it in person, it's a lot harder to picture where all the cameras can be. And so that's why I think having both is the best. I didn't have a lot of a lot of space left on my screen to be able to see the detail in my stuff, so I just chose to have these 4 cameras instead. I don't think it's a bad choice, but I do think that having a multicam with these plus the bird's eye view helps. So yeah, that would be my opinion on this. I don't think I'm ready to change trains right away, but I'm ready to start thinking about the next train. For that, we will pick another loco and pick another lucky person. I'll just in the chat reply yes in the chat if you'd like to pick the next loco. I'm expecting multiple answers, and that's okay. We'll just put your name on the list and go through the list for the night. So if you'd like to pick a loco, I see Jim says yes, MT Cads says yes. I will open my notepad and write all of your names in here. So notepad, notes. I'm glad that you guys are participating. It's a lot more fun, quite frankly. I'm enjoying this. So let's write TCT, go ahead. You can ask your question. No choice. No, because my choice is a problem. I wouldn't call it a problem. I would say that I'm the problem, technically, being that I'm the reason my setup is the reason your choice is unfortunately not an option. But I guess, I mean, you're still allowed in as long as you pick something in the list that's gonna show up. So, hi, Slightly Mad Slot Cars. Nice to see you here, Jim E. MT Cads. By the way, if I don't tell your name while putting the list on, just put yes again. And for the newcomers, like Slightly Mad Slot Cars, the yes answers are for choosing a locomotive from the list that I will show. And so if you're interested, say yes. And sometimes YouTube glitches and doesn't show me that you said yes. Lucky Kev. So just say yes again to add yourself to the list. Lucky Kev, Josh. Well, said yes. Do I have? So TCT. Why do you choose your loco? Is it because you've seen them in real life? If you mean on this particular layout, no, it's from the locos that I have. Not all of them can run. If you mean in general when I buy them, I don't have a specific answer. I just look at the, I just go out and either online or in person in a store, hobby shop, or a train show, and I rarely have an engine in mind prior. I had a few VRLs, but other than that, I didn't really have any. I just see them, and if I like their style and I know they will run on my setup, I will buy them. It's a very simple process, nothing special. Thank you very much, Raven, for the nice upgrade compliment. So does not matter to me as long as we're running trains. Perfect, Tim. That makes sense. I did put Josh. Perfect. I'm just going through the chat again to make sure I don't miss anyone. Good evening, Clintonville. Just making sure I'm not missing. In general, yeah. So in general, I just, if I enjoy the way they look and I know they'll perform well and they're a good price, I just go for it. I'm really not. I don't really have specific reasons. I do have preferences on certain paint schemes or directly brands. I'm really a Canadian railroad enthusiast with some other railroads. So of course that will affect my choice, and I will be putting in my search bar Canadian railroads first. And I do enjoy the modern diesels, the big engines, like this SD90 was a perfect representation of that. But I never looked specifically for that engine. I just looked for CP rail engines. This one came up at a great price. I was happy, I could afford it, I bought it. That simple. There are sometimes, the few engines that I want to buy because I've seen them in real life are the ones that I cannot for different reasons. So I guess that's a weird thing to say. I've got a loco from when I was a kid. It's a UK diesel. I must have just liked the look. Prefer steam or small 04 shunters. That makes sense. You still have your jump track through your rail cars? I do, and that's not going anywhere. I am thinking of turning it around so that and turning the entire layout around for direction, but that's just me thinking out loud. It's nothing set, but that's the HO scale when running on the N scale, which I felt like changing it a bit and running my RDC a few times tonight. So yes, but not tonight. The museum will be trading 2 unrestored Santa Fe Blue Goose coach cars for fully restored SP full dome cars. Nice. Thank you, Boost. So for the few newcomers, if you're interested in picking a locomotive, I am making a list of people and we'll go through the list throughout the night. So if you're interested, just put yes in the chat, as simple as that. And once it's your name, it's your turn in the list, I will simply add you. I will simply say your name, show the pictures of all the locos that are available, and let you pick one from the list. And yes, I show a picture of the locos available because both as a viewer and as a streamer, it's pretty hard to for people to guess what you have when you don't know. Like I know my collection because I'm the one who bought it, but I can't expect any of you guys to know my collection, especially not know which one in the collection runs great and one doesn't on this layout. That makes no sense. So that's why I'm putting a picture. I just want to make sure it's easier for you guys, and being easier, I believe, will entice more participation, right? It goes together. Is there other Canadians on the stream or USA? I know a few semi-personally, like that are in the stream, in the chat right now, that are Canadian and or US citizen, which, while we're close, we have some very big similarities and very big differences. Half of the states doesn't have snow in the winter, so that's a thing. Hi, Daniel. So, what do you mean I'm the only one that took Mind Reading 101 in high school? They stopped giving it in school, Clintonville. I wanted to take it, and it had been retired for 5 years when I went to high school. Nice. Good to know, MT-Cads. I'm also Canadian, as I said earlier. I know Colleen is Canadian as well. I know, like Jim said, he's from the US. Clintonville's from the US. Jersey Bill's from the US. We have Caboose is from the US. We have a good mix here. Kenneth from Canada as well. Glad to see. A good bunch, right? We're good neighbors. We can say all we want. We're in the base. We're all good neighbors. Club Chair, nice to see you here from the US. Yep. Well, not just in any van. I live in the van that you see right here. The hot dog stand is secretly my home. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans here. We in Canada got it a month ago. And Josh from Illinois in the States as well. Lucky Kevin. Yes, Kevin Corner. The joke of being Lucky Kevin started a year ago. I missed a stream that got a giveaway and Kevin won. So I thought since we're both active on that stream, usually on that streamer, he was the lucky of the two because he won. And then later during the year, that channel did another giveaway and he won again. So he's truly lucky for that one. And then later I won. So it's a pretty good channel, but yeah, it was just funny that he was lucky enough to win twice. I'm excited because we spoke a bit outside of YouTube and on other streams, and I'm excited to see his upcoming layout. His plans sounds great. He has some good ideas, and we like similar rolling stock, so I'm sure it's going to be a very good layout as well. Side note, by the way, I'm going to go off camera and just to point something. Actually, I'm not going to go off. Well, I will be off this camera, but I will not go across. On the upper right picture, you got a new mother load of trains. Nice caboose. On the upper right picture, where you well, I say picture, but it's video feed. It's not a picture. You can see some white on the track. That is not a snow display. While it would actually could make sense, that could be fun actually to add snow in a certain corner of this layout. But while this is not a snow display, that is me who ripped off the roadbed from that piece of track, because the problem there was the roadbed raised the track too high and the bridge was at a too steep of an angle. The difference between the two tracks was too steep. So by removing the roadbed there, it lowered the end of the track and flattened out everything. So this was definitely a simple fix to just remove roadbed, but it will be scenic and fixed. It was just I wanted to run this layout today and I had not fixed that section of track, and that was the quickest way of quickest yet most effective way to fix that section of track. So only Kevin wins? No, there were other winners, just to make sure, for people to know. It's just that Kevin got particularly lucky winning twice. So just making sure I don't miss anything. My favorite Thanksgiving. I was working at North Carolina, flew to Toronto for Canadian Thanksgiving, then my US felt sorry for them. Me in November invited me to the US. Yummy. Well, got 2 good meals in a year. That's nice. So we will pick another train. I know Jim was the first on the list, Jim E. I will ask before we make a decision, will you pick the RDC or will you pick something else? Hi, MTT. If you want to pick the RDC, I will ask you to wait a bit. If you want to pick something else, you can be first. Really, I did not know that, TCT. That's interesting. AMD 103. By AMD, do you mean Amtrak? I am not sure what you mean by AMD. I will put on the picture and or did you just type in your password in here? So screen, not screen, what am I showing? Picture, right there. So you said Amtrak P4, oh, okay, it's 150, it's not 103, that's why. Alright, so we will make you wait. It's not a bad choice, but I have to change the rolling stock because I need to put the passenger cars on, and I don't feel like it. So the plate number. Pull freight. I don't know, no nonsense. MT CADs will be the next one. We'll come back to your choice, Jim. Don't worry about it. And yes, you will get more. I know it's not your choice, but you will also get more RDC later. So MT CADs. another proud Canadian. I will ask you to pick one of the logos here. Canadian Pacific Multi-Mark. Oh yes, I do have one. It's the little GP unit, little G. And just to confirm before I put it on, I will remove the picture and show my face. This is the one you're talking about with the Pacman logo, right? Just confirming before we go ahead and change it. Perfect, so we will change that to this little CP unit. And we don't even have to change the caboose. Well, that's an even bigger perk. I will have to remove... Hi, Holly. Glad to see you here. I will have to remove 1 or 2 freight cars because that one is not as heavy as the SD90, obviously being smaller. So it doesn't pull as well, but we will definitely still enjoy that train. We will try to run as much as possible. There's no car that I want to remove though. They're all gorgeous. It's a small bunch, but it's a nice bunch. I think I'll remove the KCS car in front because there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just heavy. And if it still doesn't pull it, the ONR car will have to go because it's also heavy. Alright, let's go pick up the cars. And Holly's in the place with some vodka. Is she having vodka tonight? Alright. Let's see if she can pull up the hill this little consist. I know it's a small consist. It doesn't sound like it should be difficult, but no, she's having a hard time, unfortunately. I'll remove the other boxcar. I want at least variety in the train. So having a boxcar, a covered hopper, and an open hopper is at least a little different. Oh. Come on. Stop playing with me. Here we go. This should work. This should be light enough. If it's still struggling, then the caboose is the problem. Yeah, it's the caboose. Or is it the caboose? Why is she struggling? I mean, the caboose on the heavier side, and it's also very detailed, but it rolls well. I do have more caboose, so if the caboose was the issue, I have some that roll pretty easily. Or we can do without a... No, we need a caboose. Train without a caboose is not the same. Oh. Well, that's a first. I was not expecting that. That's because it didn't have a caboose, right? It would not have happened with a caboose. That's just it. Oh, it derailed. Why did you derail? Alright, so let's find a caboose. Let's be right back. Alright, so this caboose also has a passenger riding on, so it's going to be even more fun. Not a bad change. And yes, it's also a multi-mark caboose, or a Pacman logo caboose. So it's going to be even more fitting. Let's go pick up everything. And let's hope it doesn't derail this time. If it does, we'll just change that boxcar for something else. No biggie. It shouldn't, but, you know, should and actually doing it are two very different things. Alright, so... Let's Let's go through. No, it derailed again. So clearly it's that boxcar that decided to be a little naughty tonight. We'll just put a different one. Not a problem. I have enough boxcars to be able to enjoy tonight's stream without this kind of nonsense. It's strange that it's derailing because it wasn't just earlier, but it happens. No biggie. No biggie smalls. Just mediums. Just making sure everything's on a track. We'll go pick it up and we will run trains again. A nice little Soo Line car. Because why not? So we will go back to the chat. Don't worry if you message something and I didn't answer. I did not forget you, and I will not. I will go back through the chat. I just want to make sure it runs great before focusing on the chat. And it seems to be fine. All right, let's go back to the chat. I've missed a few things, and I don't want to miss anyone important messages. So, Holly came in. Holly, did you have the 6-pack? Did not go to the store, unfortunately. You'll be breaking hearts tonight saying you have a girlfriend. Well, unfortunately for those hearts that are broken, I rather pick say the truth, and you know, I'm taken. So that's the only thing. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. Alright, so holding the car in your hand reminds me of how tiny N-scale is. Yeah, that's really a thing. Also, Holly mentioned it, and hi, Club Chair Traveler. N-scale, if you put the camera close enough, you lose the perspective, and it doesn't seem as tiny. If anything, I've had a lot of negative comments from other people online, not necessarily directly to me, but towards N-scale in general, saying stuff like the handrails are way too big, the coupler's too out of proportion, and it is true that on picture they look too big, but the simple fact is it's just that the scale is so tiny that if they did it any tinier, it would just be a fishing wire for the size. So it would be A, too fragile, and B, you wouldn't even be able to see it, so you wouldn't be able to enjoy it. So yes, there's a lot of detail parts on N-scale that are oversized, or not functioning parts as well, like couplers. But that's because it's so tiny that if you do it to scale, you're not going to see it. So that's a bit of a rant about people who didn't handle N-scale in person and say that it's too small. And say that the details are out of proportion because the pictures are so good when it's up close that you lose the size effect. But I do think that it looks great, and as soon as you take a few steps back, the handrail and stuff that is technically too big does not look bad. You just are able to see it, you know, which is a good thing. The spruce caboose, yeah. I missed a question, of course. Hey Kevin, I plan to get the Berkshire East N-scale layout within a month. That's really nice. I can't wait to see that. Seriously, commercial on TV are from Ohio or Michigan because no accents. Being Massachusetts, we all have accents. I will not go into the accent fight, but I will say that the Kiwi accent is my favorite because to me it really sounds different, but it's still to me it's clear. I don't have any problem hearing or understanding a Kiwi. To me that is my favorite one. And fun fact, Newfoundland's accent is the closest to the Irish accent in North America. You can't ignore me, Kevo. I'm not saying anything important. Okay, so if I ignored you, Holly, I am sorry. I did not mean to. I'm going through the chat through everyone. I streamed for 4 hours way early today, but I had to shut it down because of the cold. Oh, right, you're in the sunroom. Right. Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I had some family plans today and also preparation for this. I usually have my computer on watching your streams or someone else's video. I just was too focused today. Just what it is. So, Ollie, don't make me get my kind of. Us ladies are kind of old to be your. Yeah, I know. I mean, depends. I'm 30, so you know, you probably could, but I don't know all of your ages. But also, depending on the age, you might have had me young. I don't know. That really depends. TCT, yep, those exist. Or grandma. Pick whatever you choose. N scale is just so cute, hard not to love. Not only is it cute, but I also, as someone who prefers to run trains through scenery, I do prefer building N scale for that because it doesn't take as much space, so you can do a longer, more realistic trains with wider curves in a smaller space. But also, scenery takes a lot less long to build and a lot less material. The hill in this layout took a fourth or less of the material that I use on my HO scale hill, while if it was the same scale, to build a hill that size, it would have been more than double the hill that I built in HO scale. So to me, those are the biggest perk of N scale, is being able to do that. John trained BFGR. All I can say is that you're younger than my kids. I mean, that can happen as well. But age is just a mentality. You're all about my age because you're enjoying this mentally. So let's just enjoy it that way. How do you build the double layers then? By double layers, do you mean the fact that it goes over and under? Sorry, there's still some terms. Just want to make sure that I explain the right thing. Wish you were my Gma. I mean, my grandma would. That's the reason that how. Sorry, I will start that sentence again. I built it with the Woodland Scenics risers, and this is that over and under is the reason why I'm very limited in what trains I can run. I needed to use 4% grade, which is very steep for a train, and that made it that my locomotives, as soon as they have more than, well, this 4-axle 4 cars, and 6-axle can go up to 6-7 cars, it has a hard time. There are 2 locos in the roster that I can put back to back. When I put these 2 6-axle together, we can run that up to 15 or 16 cars. Because for some reason, and I don't know how to explain it in physics, but having 2 locos, it's more than just adding up what they can pull individually. I don't know why, but it works that way. 50 was 24 years ago for me. Well, Jersey Bill, you've seen quite a lot. We'll put it that way. That's the nicest way to put it. So yes, the TCT, you don't need to be 85 to have a cat on your knee. The cats are not allowed in the train room when I'm streaming, but when I'm just enjoying it by myself, I often have a cat on my knee. Often. I'm hoping my ON30 can manage a 3% grade because I want to do over and under on my layout. Holly, honestly, it should. The biggest reason N scale is so picky with 4% and not recommended is because the locomotives are so light they can't get any traction on the rails. Just in HO scale, I have 3 and 4% on my layout, and I can do a lot more on the 4% and a lot more on the 3%, simply because the locomotives are so much heavier and they get a lot more traction. And HON3 that you have means the locomotives are even bigger on the same tracks. So they have more weight per wheel, meaning they will get more traction. So you should not have any issue. How many cars exactly will depends a lot on how well they roll and how heavy each car is. That's the biggest downside with HO scale, is how much heavier the cars are compared to N scale, makes it that it has a harder time to pull. Also, this is the worst case scenario where the curves are, well, the incline is on a curve. I've noticed that certain locos prefer curves, but certain locos prefer straights to climb, so it will really depend on what you have. So, can you add more weight to your teeny locos? These N scale ones, no. I'm gonna check if I have one that would be easy to open in front of you. Actually, the one running right now would be the easiest. The shell is filled to the brim with metal, with the metal chassis. It is incredibly tight. You barely can fit a piece of paper in it. The only place I have some space is in the cab, but I like the light glow in there, so I want to keep it empty. I don't know where I could put a weight on top inside of it. So that's the side note. So for these N scale, there's not really any spot for weight, quite frankly. I only have 3 passenger coaches for each loco. Unless they're super heavy, I don't see how they'd be a problem. But again, I don't have HON3, so I cannot officially attest to it. If you have traction tires, you also greatly improve the incline capabilities. Wow, that was harder than it should have been. So, damn, love your research. Thank you. Every layout that I've had, because I want to do more in the same amount of space, I needed to go over and under at some point. So I ended up with lots more practice than I'd like to admit of figuring out what runs on what types of incline. No, because HO motors are like 5 times the power as N scale. I probably said something that... So the power makes a big difference, but the weight for traction also makes a big difference. So it's probably an answer to add weight. Even if I'm pretty sure the motors would have enough power, it just doesn't have space for weight. I'm hoping to keep the incline. I mean, it works, but the reason I'm keen to put it on a curve, while it may be harder for some locos, especially steam engines, which you love, you don't realize how much, well, to me, I didn't realize until I did it, how much track length you have in a curve compared to in a straight, right? A square foot of straight is just 1 foot of straight. A square foot where you do a 90-degree curve, keep in mind this is N scale, so it's 11-inch radius that you do, you can do a lot more climb, not because it's a steeper incline, but because there's a lot more track. So it's not always a bad thing to have in the curve. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. What were the dinosaurs like, Jersey Bill? We still have dragons. I have Atlas most 20 cars put behind my engines. Yeah, I mean, this one's an Atlas, but was made by Kato in the 90s. I have a bit of everything, and to me, It's really more of an incline thing. My inclines are usually pretty steep due to space constraint, so I'm very limited on cars. If I stay completely flat, I can put 15, 18, 20 cars behind an Atlas Loco. Flat, no problem. As soon as there's an incline, though, it's very rough. And I highly recommend the Woodland Scenics risers as well, Holly. They just work great. You can glue it with white glue from Walmart or dollar store. I love all the NZ scenery, Lord of the Rings movies. Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you, Jeff, for agreeing with me. The BLI Steam locos can pull. I've heard about that. I don't have any, so I cannot attest. But I've heard a lot of people say that thing, so I'm pretty sure you are correct. I mean, I don't have any reason not to believe you. Dan Crane, good evening to you as well. I can't get that many, but the way my layout was built, I didn't even want many cars on my engines. That also makes sense. That's you go to train shows. So I will answer to Jeff first, and I will answer to you, TCT. So Jeff, that is a smart way to build your layout. Having shorter trains, like your layout built for shorter trains, it avoids having issue with incline if your trains are short, right? TCT, I do, but they're rare. I missed the last one in October, and there's 2 a year, one in October and one in May or April in my province. So it's a hit or miss, and I couldn't go this time. I'll go to the next one in the spring. I had a pet. Design I built, I'm good with. I loved your design, by the way, Jeff. I watched quite a few of your videos, and the design you put is really nice. So I will have to agree with you. And it's my design. Sunday, I'm gonna come up there with my goose. We'll load her up and see what she can pull on your layout. I mean, I'm all down for it. You can always try on my layout, my HO scale layout. There's a few difficult sections, but nothing can't be tried. Smoke break and coffee. Be right back. Nice. I bet you kick that myth. Much appreciated. No problem. I can cure BLI weight a lot. My most heavy local. That's nice. I mean, again, with a strong motor and a lot of weight, they can pull a lot. And plus, being steam, it has more traction, more wheels to have better traction. So it's my eye is always open to people. Actually, mine is as well. If you're in my area and you want to come enjoy running trains on my layouts, send me a message beforehand so that make sure I'm available, and we can always meet up and run trains. So that would be it. So the next person on the chat on the list, I will go back to Jim. I know he requested the passenger train, the P42 P42 Amtrak with the appropriate cars. We will do another. This is me being mean to Jim again. I will do another RDC run for a little while, and then we'll run his requests, and then we'll continue on the list. And for the people that weren't here earlier when I said this, if you want to pick a locomotive, I have a notepad open on my computer. Just say yes. Or if it's random, just say add me to pick a loco, and I will add you to the list, and I will let you pick a loco when it's your turn. I figured having a list makes sure that everyone who wants to pick a loco gets a chance, but if you don't, you won't be asked to. I thought it was a fair way to do it. So we will do. Yeah, you're used to being used, Jim. That's just what it is. So yeah, I will remove this train entirely. I will put the RDC, and don't fake it, Jim. I know you love the RDC just as much as that Amtrak passenger train, so it's no use trying to fake being sad. Alright, this should be on the track. Seems to be. It's so gorgeous. And you know what? We're gonna do a little something a little different. We're gonna run it the other way around because it can. Because it's just that good that it takes both direction without issue. It even climbs the 9 3/4 inch radius 4% incline without issue. I really cannot complain about this little engine. Well, RDC. Jim, you are still on the list. I'm good. Someone will ask for a Steam Loco here. There's unfortunately Holly. The problem with this layout is the Steam engines that I have do not run well on the layout. The only one that does run on it at all only runs one car behind it, so unfortunately it's not really an option. I mean, I can put it on if you guys really want to after Jim. Don't worry, Jim, you're not forgotten. But it won't be much of a big train, let's put it that way. How are people watching live? At home, work TV, laptops? Not forgotten, just ignored. He's not ignored. He's put on on timeout for doing jokes. No, it's just the steamer only is fine with me. So what I will do, Holly, is I will put you on the list so that you can go. So Holly and Raven at the same time, since you both want the steamer. Since there's two people asking, I will try it, but again, just don't expect a long train for it. TCT, I am not able to answer the question for everyone, but I will answer the stats from the last stream on YouTube Studio. What was the most used devices? I know it's not fully accurate, but you know, I figure it might be interesting for you or other people. So analytics, audience. Does it say the device type? So the last stream, 42% used a computer or web browser. 25% used a TV, 16% used a tablet, and 15% used a cell phone. So this is the stats that I get, and I didn't say the point something, so it might not be a full 100%, but close enough. And the stats are not fully accurate either. It's what YouTube picks up and might not read everyone's device, but that was the way that it was viewed. And again, that's another thing. If it's a computer plugged to a TV, it will say a computer, not a TV, right? When they're saying TV, I'm assuming they mean a smart device TV. I have 24 viewer. Nice, thank you very much. That makes sense, Holly. I mean, it really depends on the person. I know of someone close to me that watches this on her phone while doing something else. It's more of listening and looking once in a while. I will not mention who it is, but if said person wants to say hi in the chat, she's very welcome to. If she's even have volume on right now. But I know that's a common use as well. It really depends on the situation and what you're doing. And the one type of stream that I think I wish I'd see more, and I wish I could do more, but the problem is I would be a viewer, is the fly on the wall streams. Well, past your bedtime. Yeah, exactly, Jim. what I like, I do enjoy fly on the wall streams where it's just trains running, no one talking, just sometimes music, sometimes not even music, just the sounds of the rail, and just someone changing the trains once in a while. The problem with that is I love to watch those while I'm at work because my work allows me to have, well, I have 3 monitors for work, and I can have a YouTube video or a stream on one of the screens to have some entertainment while I work, right? To have either noise in the background, music, or whatever. So, I do love fly on the wall streams for that, but I can't make a fly on the wall stream for people who work because I'm at work when I would watch it, you know, as I try to make the content that I would enjoy watching, but if I would enjoy it at work, I cannot do it because I'm at work, you know. This doesn't work that way. She's a lucky gal, I can tell you aren't a serial killer. Well, I'm glad people see this. Thank you. Can't chat when I watch on TV unless computer is attached. That's true. I know Holly has, and I've done that myself. I have the phone to answer the chat, but the TV to watch the stream, that's a thing as well. Well, folks, the dogs wore me out today. Santa needs some sleep. Well, have a good one, Raven. Thank you for coming. Actually, Jim's gonna hate me because you're leaving soon. Tomorrow. Thanks, Kevin. I will put on the Steam right now for you, Raven. Just be right back. Where's the steamer? So it'll just be a steamer with a caboose, but that will be what we'll put on the layout for now, because that's what I have. But since you're leaving right now, Club Chair is also leaving. Good night to Club Chair. I will put the steamer for Raven before he leaves for a few minutes. Then we'll go back to the regular programming of Jim's Amtrak train, and we will put the steamer back a little later for Holly, because it's only going to be a few laps for Raven. I thought I muted myself. I'm glad I did not. And is it on properly? I think it is. Let's try it. Nope. There's a truck that's not on from... There you go. Hi, Russ. Glad to see you here. So, Raven, if you're still here, here's your steamer for a few laps. And then we'll go back to the regular programming. Perfect. So, unfortunately, I couldn't run it more for you. I unfortunately didn't realize you'd have to leave so early. But here is your little steamer that could. It's, like I said, it's not much, but it's going around. And we're not seeing the arms work a lot, but it runs. So, it's not... The reason I don't like running it is not that it runs badly, it's that it's so light that pulling anything more than a caboose and maybe one car, and it struggles and cannot do anything. That's why I'm saying it's not great. It's just because, and also it doesn't have a light, unfortunately. But that's not a reason why I wouldn't run it. It's just I wish it had. But it runs great until it's slightly too heavy behind it and it just won't run. So that's why I'm not a big fan of this steamer on this particular layout. On my other layout where there's a flat loop, no problem. But this one, slightly more of a problem. Put some lead in it. There's no space. It's that small. The only space that it has for weight is in the tender, but it's not motorized, so it would be a problem. What steamer is that? That's a Bachmann Prairie 262. It's an older Bachmann, still works fine. Knock on wood, the gears haven't cracked yet, so I'm enjoying it while it lasts. I got it cheap on Marketplace, so very happy with it. And it's not the oldest Bachmann, like it's from the 2000s. It's just not a modern run. Empty some of the water and coal in the tender. Yeah. But so yeah, the motor is incredibly tiny in it. Runs super quick, but is very small. So it runs, you know, at very quick at low power, but it has very little traction power, and the motor takes all the space inside the inside the boiler, so there's no space for anything else. There's no space for lead. It's just full to the brim. Might be a fat conductor. I mean, lead paint. You guys have great ideas usually. I will just leave this little engine alone and just have it in my regular layout. Sit an elephant in the smokestack. Yeah, no, this engine will get off the layout for a little while for these things. Seriously though, I will prepare the P42 and the passenger cars for Jim's run. Holly, keep making these jokes, and I will not help you with your 3% grade anymore. Alright, let's put the Amtrak on for Jim. Finally, poor guy. He's been waiting all his life for this moment, and I've been pushing it away further and further. That's the one thing with N scale, putting cars on the track, especially these ones which don't have exterior covers for the trucks, is very hard, especially in a curve. These are just mental. Nope, that's not on track properly. Is it? No, it's not. Not because of the wheel that I thought. It's no longer on track properly. It's completely off. Shoot. I don't want any derailment there. I do not want to lose these cars on the floor. I really don't. These are nice cottos. Oh, come on, don't be problematic, please. Alright, let's go pick up the cars. And why is one not lighting up? Come on. Here you go. Why is she struggling? She's usually not. All right. Let's look at the chat. Oh, lost my cars. That's a new one for this train. It ran fine for years. Well, I've had this layout for a year and a half. Oh, that's because something derailed. Why did you? Something else is on the track. It's not properly on. Feels like there's more resistance than it should. And it derailed again. Why are you being picky tonight? Well, because Jim picked you, that's why. Jim likes to see me suffer, so he made sure that these would be problematic. Let's go pick up the cars and let's hope it works tonight this time. All right, so let's see what's happening in the chat again. No problem, Raven for the Steam. O scale elephant, yeah. Nothing worse than a G scale elephant on N scale smokestack. Oh, I didn't mean real elephant. Hi, Darren. Welcome back. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Another Canadian, actually. Wrath of Khan is two. First contract is street. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Clintonville. I will need to go back in the chat for it. I never had an American girlfriend, so I can't compare. running any slot card. Not tonight, Russ. This is the this tonight is a N scale exclusive stream, so we'll be and there's no N scale slot cards, unfortunately. Great Scott, 121 gigawatts. So the reason I'm running it on a little on the fast side, this one, these cars are usually seen on the northeast corridor, which is a pretty fast corridor. Even though this layout does not represent that, I'm enjoying it at a higher speed. I technically have a fifth car, but the last few times it derailed, so we could give it a few more runs. We could give it a try, but I'm not guaranteeing great results. It might also have difficulty pulling it up the hill climb. We'll try. Worst case is it doesn't work well, and we put it back away. Alright, so let's put that Amtrak on and see if that last car on and see if it can be pulled. It's spinning, but it's going. We'll give it a few laps and see how it goes. If I get any derailments, though, I'm not messing around. I'll stop the train and remove the last car. I just really don't want that to happen. Exactly. And something unplugged. Why did it stop running as soon as I dropped a car? Is there a short somewhere? Is something derailed and shorting? Because it shouldn't have stopped. Oh. The plug got pulled away. Well, on the plus side, it did not break. I would recommend anyone who hasn't tried it, Darren's channel, Canadian Locomotive Logistics. I will actually put a link in the chat for his live stream, where he lets you literally operate a train on his layout. It's not just watching it, it's operating it, which is a next level. Where is it on my feed? Right there. I will send the link in the chat. Lives. Copy link. And send in the chat. And I know it sounds weird to send someone else's stream, but that stream is on almost 24/7, so you're not missing anything. So this is This is a link for someone who wants to operate a model train, which is even better than just watching them. No one's... He's not always in the room to chat with you, but you can operate his train, so you know. If you leave, I wouldn't blame you. Whose stream is on 24/7, Russ? That would be Darren's, which I provided the link in the chat. He has an almost 24/7 stream where you can operate his trains. So that is something worthy of mentioning for sure. So now Jim is getting what he asked for. I hope he's happy because he's barely mentioned it. But we're gonna run it a few more laps and then we'll get I have the list here, and Lucky Kev would be the next person to choose a train. So you can pick now, or I can display the list of locos available if you want, and you will be the next person to pick a train. So yeah, that would be the Amtrak. Also, for the people that joined in after I talked about it, if you want to pick a locomotive from my list of locomotives that is not currently shown, but will be shown at the time of choosing. Oh, I lost some cars. You can just say yes, add me. Add me, and I will add you to the list of people who picks a... So this particular car has given me a few issues tonight. So we will have a 3-car train, and that's too bad for you, Jim. I rather run them without issue, so we'll use the ones that work great. Alright, so these 3 are not a problem. Kevin said maroon CP, no problem. Yes, thank you. I did adjust the colors on the cameras at the beginning of the stream and prior to the stream, but also moving them with different lights around did help as well, so that's a mix of both. Oh, thank you very much, Russ. I'm working on it. Last time I checked, I was at 390, so almost 400. So it's getting close. It's getting real close. And I did look into 392 now. Nice. I did look into opening a Patreon for people to join me there for more pictures and text updates, because that's the way I'm gonna give the most amount of updates. But I did not open it this week because I didn't work on my trains this week. You know, other than today, which I would put updates there as well. Good to know, Kevin. Thank you very much. So that's the that is the update for that. I will be opening a Patreon. I just didn't this week because I haven't worked on my trains this week. I actually been playing a video game a bit to, you know, have a little change of scenery. I'm really hooked on Tokyo Extreme Racer, an arcade racing game. It's not... To me, it's special because it's a modern take on the old classic game, but they kept the old style, just put modern games and modern cars and modern graphics, and it's really well done. It released in January, and to me, it's a game of the year. It's been so good. So yeah, that's been my week, which not a big. I actually went. It's last weekend, I think, that I went. Was it last weekend or the weekend prior? I will have to look at my schedule. It was last weekend because I came back and showed the steamer. Yeah, last weekend I went to a friend's layout to do some operating session. That was fun as well. Met someone new, and he's on my level, which I appreciate a lot. There's not a lot of trained people around my area. Just very small town, so there's only so many people that would get into it. And the few that there is, in the few that there is, some of them are more more serious about it than me. They do operation. It has to be 100% realistic representation. And there's another group that, there's a few people that are just, I wouldn't say less serious than me, but they really only care about running trains. They don't even bother with scenery or anything, which, just like the other, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, to me, my joy is to build the scenery and see the trains run into the scenery. So I felt like I was a weird in-between. Oh, see ya, Jersey Bill. Thank you for coming. Thank you a lot for coming. So yeah, I was a bit in a weird in-between, and I met this gentleman last weekend, which was very aligned with me, which made me very happy about. He didn't need to be the most realistic representation of the exact era, but he also needed scenery and a purpose to his layout, not just some tracks, right? So it really felt like a breath of fresh air to find someone aligned with me in person. And I'm really saying this in person. I'm not talking about the online community that I have around me with the channel and other channel I participate in. That's a different story. It's just in person, being able to have people over and go to other people is a very fun part of the hobby for me. And I feel that if I'm not serious enough, I might be a bit of a letdown, or not as fun of a person to do operations with. But on the other hand, if I'm too serious or too intense for someone who just want to run trains, I might be the annoying person who's just like, no, you need this, I don't want to be overbearing, but I also don't want to be just not serious enough. It's a weird in between. So that's just a weird, just a side note where we all have, nice, Jim. So there's more people here in the community that are like me in this YouTube space, which I believe the YouTube algorithm helped for that, to put us together, because they show us what we like, which is this. But the reason I'm mentioning it, it's more for the in-person mile railroading, where I don't want to be annoying to someone else, but I also don't want to be not serious enough, right? But I also am not. I don't want to be too intense about it. Like, my operations don't need to be planned exactly like a real industry is connected together. I don't need that much to be happy. I enjoy my trains as long as they have nice scenery to run. That's really where it is for me. And Holly, like I said, it's not that I worry all the time. Like, when I'm building my own layout, I don't worry at all about what other people think. I do what I like, and I share it with YouTube to see first the people who do enjoy it, and those who don't, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not changing my way for you. That's just where I'm at. It's just I do enjoy the social aspect of the model train community to a point. I like being on my own as well. But when I do feel like going out and either doing model railroad things with other people, I still want to be conscious of the level of interest of the other person, so I don't deter them from inviting me or from being into model railroading. And that's the only time I really worry about it. It's when I go to other people's place. When I do my own layout, like, I mean, you've seen my layout so far, the multiple ones. I've done some choices that many wouldn't, and I'm not changing, and I'm happy. Like, a lot of people here love the slot cars, but a lot of model railroaders would not have slot cars on their layout. They are either a risk of breaking your nice rolling stock. I get that risk, but I don't run the slot cars when I don't want to, for the rolling stock that I don't want to damage. Also, they are not to scale. They're not the most realistic thing. Like, I get all of those things. I understand that. I just really enjoy them. So that's why I'm doing it. And that's why I'm sharing it when I'm doing it. I also enjoy lighting to an unrealistic level because, like, my lights and most of my trains that have lights are too bright to be realistic. But I don't care. I enjoy the lighting. I enjoy when I do this and I see the lights on the sides of the layout, on the scenery. I don't just want to eliminate the inside of the train. I do want to see the lights outside of the train. Same thing for the buildings. I enjoy that very much. So that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm doing it the way it is, and that's what I'm doing it. Yeah, realistic is overrated as long as it makes sense and it's working well. And again, this was my biggest complaint to Rapido that I think they fixed with the RDC, is that they tried so hard to be realistic that they actually made it not run as good. And this RDC, they fixed that. They might have lost some details and some realistic heights and stuff like that, but it runs so good that it's totally worth it. That's what I want. I want to run them properly. I want it to run well first, then be realistic. That's why the Athearn blue blocks are amazing. They might not be the most realistic thing, but do they run well. I've rarely heard anyone have a problem with a blue box, unless they really threw it on the floor a few times. So hi Gorzath, glad to see you here as well. What is the best way to locate a short bulletproof? That's a good question. If the layout is DC or DCC, that makes a big difference. And what did it randomly? That's why I like playing with the old Tycho accessories. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's another. Hi, CP Modeler. That is another tangent I want to get on. Tycho got a lot of slack for some stuff, the quality of the plastic, or you know, the more toyish, less realistic. I get it, but think of all the ingenuity or the engineering that went with the US1 stuff. How interactive the US1 stuff was. Loads that could transfer from cars to trains and vice versa. It might not have been the most realistic, but what's better for operations than actually have loads that transfer? How did that not get more common into the model railroading space? That is what blows my mind. How that, just because it wasn't perfectly to scale, did not caught on. So for the locating a short, while the smoke is a funny way of thinking, if it's your track that's shorting, and was running before and you didn't do any change in the wiring, pushing a railroad car along the track might find a foreign object on the track. Removing all of the rolling stock entirely might help. If your track is divided into sections for like power areas, turning off every area and doing one at a time can help. There's a few ways to figure it out, but it's really hard to pinpoint without seeing the layout and the wiring underneath. Ran fine. I have a drain losing voltage, drops to 3 or 4 from 14. That's I would try if you have your layout divided in sections. I would definitely start to. I would either remove all the rolling stock in case something is shorting your track. Some rolling stock is making contact. I've seen as stupid as a trip pin touching multiple parts of the frog and shorting. All stock, remove all power, one lead on. And if it's still doing it after that, that means there's either a foreign object on the track somewhere, or there's a piece of track that probably a turnout that has a short in it, because parallel track wouldn't randomly short unless there's something on it or a turnout does it. Sorry, can't stay long tonight. Hey, just for coming. You're always welcome. I remember an old railroader. I remember from an old model railroader, a modeler used the operating hopper car to deliver feed bird that shared the layout space. See, that's cool. And I don't want to guarantee you anything, Gorzath. I'm not a wizard in electronics. The way that rail works doesn't, like, it's a giant loop. Well, if you have a giant loop, like I'm thinking of my layout. Doesn't matter where the short is on the layout, it will act the same from how electricity works. But if since it's two parallel track, when it's just a loop without any turnouts, it wouldn't short. So unless there's something making it touch, or that's the only way really. And that's where having sections of tracks isolated separately with on-off switches, that's where that's where you'd have a benefit from having on-off switches for section of tracks, because you can turn off sections. But if your layout's already built, that's kind of too late now. But for people who haven't built a layout yet and are planning to, dividing your layout in sections and having on-off switches for areas can help pinpoint a short by turning off all the areas and turning on only one at a time until the short comes up. So that would be my ways. Right, so now we said Lucky Kev chose a train, and he chose the maroon CP, which I think is an excellent choice. Alright, let's put that on with some freight cars behind it. Such a gorgeous engine. I do think that my favorite railroad scheme of all time is the maroon CP with the script lettering, not script. Yeah, that's script. I prefer the script over the block lettering. There's not much of a difference between the two other than that, but it's still a difference. And I think the script is a little bit more classy. That would be my best way of describing it. It's a little bit more classy, and I like the classiness. And maroon and gray sounds like a simple combination, but it just works so well. So it's definitely my favorite Canadian scheme. Maybe not the favorite of all time, but at least favorite of all time Canadian. With a second place for CN's green and black and yellow scheme, which I don't have any of, actually. I have a few passenger cars in N-scale, but I don't have any locomotive with that style, and it's a gorgeous paint scheme. A good F unit with some cars would do my layout very well. Would fit the layout very well. So now, some cars. What could I put? The caboose for sure, and we'll put the same as earlier, because that's another 4-axle. And some cars. Not sure which ones yet. We'll put this. Why not? We'll put the Ontario Northland boxcar. We'll put a tank car. And a cover hopper. I think that'll work well. Yeah, let's try that. Ontario Northland first. Well, in the back. The Shell tank car, because I think it's neat and I like it. And a covered hopper that I really like for no particular reason, other than I just really like it. And my laptop screen just closed and I don't know why. So let's just open it back and see and run the loco with a few cars. Alright, so yeah, I could easily have turned out that lost a piece of metal or something inserted in there and just started shorting. I would check and clean all the switches just first. That would be my first try. Diamonds as well. Yep. Like the tankers. I like them a lot too. Oh, I lost the caboose. Where is the caboose? I'm gonna go slower because I don't want a big impact, but I think it's in the tunnel. Oh no, not the... We might just change the boxcar. I think the coupler's a little off. I think it's pushing it now. Yep. I know for a fact that this caboose is fine, and most coupler height is not an issue because they're truck mounted, but just in case, we're going to change the boxcar. Name, actually, Kevin, because it's your train and you waited for a while. Name a railroad company from North America, and I'll see if I have a boxcar that represents them. I can't guarantee you having it, but if you have a railroad company that you want me to put on the for a boxcar, and I do have it, I'll put it on. Most of my boxcar are 50 footers and run pretty well, so figured let's let you pick if I have it. I actually don't have either Gorzath, but oh, that's a good idea, Jim. But let's see if Kevin has any idea since it's his train. Lucky Kevin, if he's still here. In the meantime, we'll run without a boxcar, and once he answers. Anyone seen my dungeon dwellers? I have one, a CP boxcar. I will go fish one out. I have Jim. I don't know where the rest went, Dave, but I do have Jim. I mean, you're in my basement, so you're pretty safe there. I have at least one. So I have found one. It's one I really like. It's fairly heavy, but it rolls well. So we'll see how it goes. And this has the Atlas couplers that I've been bragging about on Dave's stream. I just think they're better. I don't know why everyone is going crazy for microtrains. They're more easily breakable and don't perform better. And they're less compatible with other stuff. So, since Dave is here, actually, I might show some of the stuff I meant to say yesterday on the stream. Well, I did say, but I couldn't show because I wasn't presenting. I don't know who built this car, but this is a semi-coupler. This is the frames. And an Atlas. I need an Atlas car. So, I will show it on a layout camera. These, actually I'll remove it entirely from the car. No worries. Enjoy time with your family. And, so, I will show you a regular freight car that's been converted to the microtrain stuff, and then I will show you a stock Atlas car. So this car, which is a very nice one, has a microtrain, well, has two microtrain trucks, but I removed one. This is the microtrains truck with the coupler already mounted on. I prefer truck mounted stuff for preventing derailment. It's held on by this tiny little pin, which works great. What you can see is how high the coupler box is. It sticks up above the wheels, even though it has gigantic flanges. Meanwhile, the Atlas stuff, which I will show in a minute, I just want to reassemble stuff before I lose anything. And just want to show the actual couplers. The shape's a little odd, and it only works well with its own kind. While the Atlas stuff, while it still has the pin just like the other one, is simpler, has less pieces but thicker pieces, so it's more solid and is more compatible with the Kato stuff. And the coupler box is lower. It's the same height as the wheel with tinier flanges, so that it fits better with across for compatibility. And it's brown instead of black, so it looks better. So to me, Atlas stuff, a winner. That was the side note I wanted to show you. I have one specific car. This one. This BC rail. I will not be able to show you on camera how detailed it is, but this has the HO scale coupler system with the... Oh, it lost its caboose again. With a spring, I'm trying to show you. With the spring on the coupler instead of inside the coupler box. I bought it used. It came with metal wheels and those insane couplers. I don't know where the person got it before me, but that's an insane combination. You know what? I'm gonna put a different caboose. So yeah, those are the main knuckle couplers in N scale, and doing actual coupler change is very annoying, so I prefer to do truck changes. So that would be my my coupler segment, and for people, I think it was Jack that said it was too big for N scale. I will show you the N scale coupler springs where they are. I have a car that has it. So this is a Rapido coupler, and you can see the spring under the axle. It's pretty big and it's there. So that's probably the spring that Dave lost yesterday during the stream. So that's my little segment, and those are the Rapido couplers. And those are the knuckle couplers. This is an Atlas coupler. Again, I much recommend these, and for metal wheels, I mean, the Athearn wheels are the best. The Bachmann metal wheels are surprisingly good as well, so that would be my recommendations. I will erase myself so you can see better the mountain. I'm trying to find an example of Athearn wheels that I used. I really did not convert much, quite frankly. And the cars you sent me, that I did change the wheels, I did not even put the Athearn ones. I had some odd metal wheel from some old model power cars, and the axle length is different on those old cars. And those are the metal wheels that I put in the cars you sent me. No clue where you would get those other than from some older cars, but those are the one I used. But the Microtrains plastic wheels are surprisingly good for rolling, so you could potentially swap the whole trucks Not sure. I have them. I have the cars here. I'll check what I have that's compatible. I stand corrected. I believe the metal wheels I put on are the Athearn metal wheels. Either that or the Rapidos. Because I did buy a while back a bunch of them, and they worked great as well. Yeah, I think those are the Athearn ones. This is the wheels I put on, the low metal wheels. 33-inch wheels. Also, if you guys want, I can try to run this, but I highly doubt it'll take the incline. And I definitely won't run more than 3. That's for sure. I thought I put the other metal wheel, but apparently not. Alright, so what is the chat saying? Are most N-scale? Honestly, the size difference is so small between the 33 and 36 inch. I put 33 on almost everything. The passenger cars, if it's the micro trains truck, I also put 33. Every other trucks I put 36 inch. But I really can't see the difference. It might be all the scam in N-scale. I don't know. Never really checked. Never really noticed. It's so small. So small. I mean, I put 33 inch on the stuff I changed. I don't even know if it was correct. Like I said, the passenger cars are more picky, but the freight cars, 33 has done the job. Not really, honestly, Ollie. Dave is here, so that's the special event. Wow, Rust, yeah, that's been a while. It's a good, uneventful stream. Let's put it that way. Oh, well, then no, nothing special then. I explained couplers in N-scale, which I don't think you'll be doing on your layout, Holly, so that's the only real thing that happened, quote unquote. And Dave, since you're here, is Josh still here? Because Josh was here for a while and I haven't seen his message for a little bit. So, is Josh still here? Josh. I still see his name in the chat. Art. Hi, Art. Yes, alright, so you will be the next person to pick a locomotive. I mean, if it works as is, don't change it. Honestly, that's my best recommendation from N-scale, is if it works as is and you don't need to change it, don't change it. So Josh, I will bring up the picture of the locomotives that I have available. And if you would like to pick one in that picture, You can go to describe it however you want, and we will check before running to make sure that I'm putting the right locomotive for you. So just let me know what you want to run in the picture. The only two things not pictured are my RDC, which I love to run and will be ran more later tonight. And I do have a Quebec and Maine Central. The blue and gray loco that a lot of people seems to love is now an option to run. It's not in the picture there, but it is an option. The problematic section has been fixed, so if you're interested, I can show you these if you don't want to run the ones that you see. Is Dusty up? Yes, he is, and he's relaxing. Dusty is upstairs and relaxing. CN zebra stripes. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I will change the caboose as well to match. He's been very cuddly as per usual. Actually, it's nothing different. I don't know why I'm mentioning it as if it was a change of behavior, because it's absolutely not. He's just a very cuddly cat. But again, this week I came downstairs to run my train, and he just came and he laid on me for running it. When I said the old man with the cat on his lap, I might not be super old, but I do have the cat on my lap when I run. So I will grab the CN zebra stripe and we will run that. Alright. So thank you for the choice, Kevin. The loco is back in the list, and it's always an option for later tonight. For now, we will give the CN zebra stripe a few laps. Quite a few, actually. It doesn't get enough track time, and there's nothing wrong with it. I love the engine. It just never happens. I will change some of the rolling stock to fit with the zebra loco. Let's put Alright, this one's a little bit of a slow runner, but that's not a bad thing. It's just a crawler. Just a second, I'm gonna go back to the chat. What is your cat's name? Well, there's Dusty and there's Goose. Goose is a tuxedo cat, and Dusty is a short gray hair cat. What's our do you mean the train? Slow. Just making sure, are you talking about HO scale or N scale? Because the answer there will be different on the scale. Alright, Kevin, see you on the next stream. Thank you for coming and thank you for picking a loco. Thank you very much, Jeff. I will turn off the picture so we can see more of the layout. Where is the picture? Right there. Like so. You guys are actually quite funny. It's a cushion floor, Dave. That's what it is. A cushion floor. It is midnight on my time. Well, in 2 minutes already. Nice. I started at 9:30, midnight 33 hours. We'll go at least until 1 a.m. So midnight for Dave. Maybe a little later. Tonight's a good night and it's fun, so let's keep it going for a while. Nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Josh. I'm really glad. Kevin, can you show a view of the entire layout? Not at the... I maybe could, actually. It'll be a temporary view, though, if I do so, because it's not set up. It's going to be with my phone. So, Droid Cam. You will see the screen first. And I just need to set it all up. Alright, so it's upside down, so let's turn it off. Well, let's fix that first. So I will stop the stream and fix the picture being upside down, and then we will turn it on. Why is it over there now? So let's bring that down here in the meantime and have this. So the entire layout would be this. It's a folded dog bone. Nothing extravagant, just simple, but it works great mostly and has a lot of interesting point of views. So to me, this is just plain fun. And you can see all the plastic mounts for the webcams that I put around. This was my my 3D prints of the day for the layout. That's sorry for the shakiness. I will now turn it off. Like so. So that would be it. So it is midnight here, so I'm assuming 10 in Winchester. I mean, it is tiny. It is N scale. You see, it's only a 2x4, so that's smaller than your layout, Dave. So it is pretty small layout, honestly. Holly, I mean, just the figure 8 going over and under is already better, because not only do you get more point of view having an over and under, but it also gives you more running time before the loops complete. But this gives you double the amount of track. This folded dog bone or folded figure 8, I don't know how you'd call this. This design, which is fairly simple, gives you double the amount of track time on the same space. I think you would be happier with a double track, Dave. You love to run more than one train at a time. You love to, and you just want stuff to work, and you don't want gremlins. This over and under give me some gremlins, and I think I fine-tuned it pretty well. That won't last that long, Dave. You will have more trains in no time. N scale, if you find the deals, are cheap on the used market. What you could do, I mean, what Holly is saying, doing a loop over and a loop under that are two separate loops, and if you want to go a little bit more wild, put a set of turnouts that connects them both together. But quite frankly, and make sure it's electrically insulated, so that you don't run, so you can run them at opposite direction when you don't want to run them together. I would do two separate loops, honestly. And with the space you have, Dave, we really need to look into it. You really should think of making a few, like a passenger station somewhere where you could park all your beautiful TGV bullet train. I know you'll end up with a regular passenger train later, where you can park them there and not have to take them off and back on the track. Especially with that TGV's way of connecting together, I think you should really think into having a proper yard to put them on. The freight stuff, I can see taking it off and putting it back on, but the passenger stuff, it's really annoying to take off and put on, and you've seen a lot harder. I'm not saying it's not great to run. If anything, it's the opposite. I'm saying it's too great to run to not run it because it's a pain to put on and take off. So that's why I'm thinking, if we put let's think for the future, let's put 3 sidings on your layout that are pretty long, so you can fit all of your these two, the TGV and the bullet train, and at least one more for later. Could be a freight that you just want to have as already there to run when you don't feel like putting stuff on, or buy another passenger train later down the line. You can save yourself a lot of headaches. Alright, it's your layout. You do what you want, but I genuinely think it would benefit. You would benefit from that. And other than that, Joe sent me a track planning software. I should probably use it. Yeah, I mean, there's two. Me and Corky loved. Well, I still love. I don't know about him. Scarm. Joe loved AnyRail. The main difference in between the two is the way you work with FlexTrack. I don't know if he sent you either or something else, but it's really something to get used to it. But the warning I want to give you is figure out like a loop or something and then try it on in real life, because no matter how well you design it on the software, regardless, I've worked with both, the layout feel of, you know, the spacing between the cars or the length of the tracks is not the same thing in real life than software. You can't, even with a 3D render and everything, you can't fully capture how it'll look until you've done some real stuff. But yeah, I do think you'd benefit from having a parking, and you have enough space for 2 loops. I would absolutely do 2 loops. To make it a little different, you can have one that does a figure 8 and the other one just does a regular loop. And since it's a figure 8 on itself, it won't hit something else unless you make a train too long. That could be nice. And yeah, that could be a nice design. Well, if you don't, I'm going to do something like that. It is tricky, but it looks nice. I know Dave has... I don't know if he has some FlexTrack, but he has some tracks that could connect to FlexTrack. But he also has some Kato unit track. Very easy to assemble. It's up to him. Again, it's his layout. I'm annoying telling him what to do. It's his layout. Just like I've said earlier, that regardless of what people say about how I build my layout, I'm happy with it and I'm enjoying it. It's his layout. He can build it the way he wants. No crossovers for Dave and N-Scale. I would have said the opposite. He should spend a bit more money and get the nice Kato crossovers. The double crossover are a little bit more of a pain in wiring, but they look so nice and work great. So yeah, I should stop annoying Dave with my bothering of his track, N-Scale track, and telling him how to do stuff. It's his layout. He does what he wants. For all I care, he can just put it all in the corner and look at it and say, hey, that's the way I like it. What I'm willing to bet, though, for Dave, is that he will have a version 2 of his N-Scale layout once he's done with a version 1. I will bring myself back, because why not? And I am willing to bet that his version 2 of his layout will be a shelf layout just like his HO scale, and he'll build it on top of his what is it called? His backdrop. It's high enough that he could put the lighting under the N-Scale shelf and still have plenty of space to look realistic. And he could have lighting there for the... And doesn't have to do the entire room. N-Scale, you can have turn around in a 2 feet space. He could do a U shape or even just an L shape and have plenty of track. But I'm thinking version 2 of Dave will have his N-Scale layout above his HO scale. That's my bet. Version 2. He would have more height space that way. Not strong enough. HO is freestanding. Backdrop is not attached to the walls. Fair enough. I mean, I'm sure reinforcement could be done in the in whatever holds the backdrop to attach shelving for the N-Scale. I'll remind you that N-Scale is not heavy. The foam to hold the base of the layout will be the heaviest part. Like cheapo L brackets from a hardware store would work to hold the foam. Josh Cannon, I think I missed the first part of his message. Where is the first part? Cheapo works for Dave. But Dave is not a cheapo worker. Ah, redacted the message. So... So for the next train, before going to the next person, which is Holly again for the steamer, we will, of my trains running, I am, if you're trying to put a link, links are blocked other than me or moderators, Josh, so I am not seeing it. I would have to tear down the whole backdrop to start over. And it's like, that makes sense. Well, you also said that your layout was second revision of probably 3. Maybe revision 2 of N scale will come at the same time as revision 3 of HO scale, where you'll redo both. Why not, right? I do enjoy N scale at a higher level, because if you're standing up, you can still work on them. But if you're sitting down, having it at high sight is makes it, you can see more of the details of your N scale. Yeah, I will see if I can open your channel. Go to channel and see if I can find which video, because we don't even see. YouTube just entirely blocks the links. Is it your most recent video of November 10? Just so that we do you have a specific video you'd want me to put, Josh? Because you have quite a few, actually. And quite a lot of trains and tracks. I knew you said you had over 100 something locomotive, but... You know what? Instead, I'm gonna put a link to his channel. I don't think it's crazy, Dave, with all the problems you have with code 83 for certain equipment, for certain rolling stock. So that channel is Josh's channel. I didn't watch the videos yet, but from his thumbnails, he has a lot of tracks and trains. So, and he did say he had over 100 something locos. So, I'm sure there's enough to enjoy there. So yeah, Dave, I don't think it's crazy at all. 165. Yep. I do see why you're feeling like this, and believe me, you do not want to go code 55 in N scale. All of the tracks that you have right now are code 80, which is the equivalent, not in size, but in the way it's working, to code 100 in HO scale. I will tell you, stay code 80. The slightly, well, more than slightly, the more realistic, the better realism of the code 55 is not worth the headaches of changing all of the your cars to the fancy wheels. Really not worth it. So I will put on the RDC again because I just love it. I really like that freight though. It was a nice freight setup. So, and that caboose. I've spent the big bucks on these caboose, the CN and the CPs, and I don't have any regrets whatsoever. And by big bucks, I mean $50 each. which is a lot, but at the same time not a lot. I see Caboose is going for over $100 in HO scale, so I don't think that $50 is that crazy when you think of it that way. There you go. The beauty, the star of the night, the RDC. And I will dim my lights to enjoy the interior lighting, because that is worth more than my face. Yes. I don't know how well you folks can see it on your screens, but I think this just looks gorgeous. No, I did not watch the Rapido video. I will have to go take a look. I was barely on the computer or barely on my layout today. I got some family over today, then went to see some family, and then we did some stuff around the house. Only had time to set up the trains this afternoon and 3D print some stuff. Is there something you can, there's no spoiler for me, you can just say it. Is there anything special? Are they re-releasing or doing a second batch? Because this RDC was this year's best purchase, right next to my CN Caboose, because the Rapido CP rail and BC rail, I had them from last year. They are selling extremely well and seem very happy with their product. Does it actually come with a spare drive axle? It does, Dave. It has one. And spare doors, and spare horn, and spare detail parts. Get ready for bed. Thanks. No problem, Josh. Have a good one. Thank you for coming. You're welcome back at my next stream. So, I can show you, Dave, if you want. It does come with a spare axle. And I'm glad they're selling so well, because I'm not the only one. From the reviews I've seen online from other people, I'm not the only one who fell in love with it and how well it runs and it does. And again, a few years back, Rapido said that they were changing their way of making end scale for stuff that I just bought at Christmas O scale caboose with interior lighting for $80. Yeah, well, oak scale is a lot bigger, so it takes more material. And I will sub to you, Josh. Don't worry about it. Count me in. But yeah, the Rapido, they did say they would recheck how their way of building stuff, and this was their first real release, and people tried it and trusted them on that one, and we're all very happy with that release. And I hope, may I suggest you to keep that axle in sealed bag with some silicone? Yes. I mean, I didn't even open the bag that it came in, so it's in that bag. It's in the factory bag as is. It's in its factory box, everything. It's untouched. It's as is. But yeah, it's I'm glad it's getting such a good success, because that will prove to Rapido that people want their product. They just want well-running products, and they should keep doing releases like this one, and they will keep selling. They almost sold out instantly, and like most of them sold very quickly. And I'm sure if they do another batch next year, it would sell just as much, or in 2 years. Can you imagine if Bachmann thought, yeah, well, you see, Dave, even if they did include them, they would crack in the box before you put them on your trains after a year or two, because the material was also shit. Can you imagine if Bachmann thought of building better gears with better plastic? That's the real kicker. But my most impressed part is the fact that they put a capacitor. I've seen a lot of interior lighting that was factory installed, and putting Putting bridge rectifier so that it's always powered regardless of the direction is not new. But other than stuff with keep alives, I've rarely, not never, but rarely seen pre-installed capacitors in interior lighting so that you can do this and it's still on when you stop the train in DC. And not only that, but they were also smart enough to connect the number boards to that same capacitor, so those stay on too. I know I said that in my review, I know I said it before, but I'm so impressed that they thought of this. That, look, it's still on. I'm so impressed by this. I know it's something simple that I've done myself before, but it never came as a factory option for $155 plus tax, brand new, with all that detail. That was beautiful. These are plastic gears. It's just, there's different type of plastics, but this is a plastic gear, metal axle, but plastic gears. So yeah, I'm just so pleased with this release. So yeah, I know I've been rambling about that engine, that RDC, but it's one of the best purchases I've done. I'm honestly thinking of, if I didn't do so much spending in the past few weeks on other trains and other stuff, I would probably buy a BC Rail one because there's a few available. Well, there was a few last time I checked. So gorgeous. Is there, what's left? I'm curious. What do they have left in their for sale? So let's go check Rapido directly. A bit more expensive than Rapido trains. I'm just so curious now. Rapido Inc. N scale. N scale, N scale, N scale. Where is products? N scale. I think they put in passenger cars for whatever reason. Yep, but RDC. What is for sale? I'm very happy with the one I chose, the CN one. But so DC. Is there anything left in stock in their website? They have a Metro North DC left, a New Haven RDC left, a New York Central, a Reading, and what else? Second page. They have a Via Rail left and some painted unlettered stuff. The Via Rail's nice. I wouldn't be mad if I bought one. I would not be mad at all. So, does OVR have any left? Pen scale. I think they put in passenger cars as well. Rapido. I pre-ordered some coaches. They do have a CN like mine left. They have one, at least one. Oh, that's a DCC, so that's. They have one DCCN left. They have one DC, at least one CP rail. one DC New Haven, one New York Central, one Southern Pacific, unlettered. I think they ran out of the DC BC rail. They only have the DCC left. Oh well. I missed out. Well, yes and no. I didn't need it. I just loved it. And quite frankly, if I'd buy one, I'd probably buy one from OVR to save some money. I mean, $25 is $25. The CP Action Ren looks really good too. But the VRL is nice. They do have some DCC sound left of the BC rail, but it's $125 more for something I wouldn't use. And I'm gonna stop dreaming. I didn't realize you did that, Dave. I probably missed that time. Wow, okay. Alright, so, we've been streaming for about 3 hours. It's Holly's turn for a train soon. We will put the little steam engine soon. Well, after this, I'm still gonna give it a few more laps. This engine is just so, this RDC is just so good. I'm so happy with it. Oh, that's nice, but unfortunately, I only have one. It's fun that it looks like that, because I do see what you mean, where it shows up on 3 cameras at a time sometimes, which, you know, not a bad thing. But I still only have one. I'm glad that Rapido saw it was a huge success and it was so well praised, because that means they will continue to do like that shows them that there is a market for their N scale stuff. Yeah, knock on wood, Russ. Knock on wood. Alright, so we will put the little steamer on. We will give a short break to the RDC. I'm so happy with that purchase. I need to stop it somewhere where we can see the lights. But it needs to make sense. It can't just stop at a random spot. There you go. You can still see the interior lights on. Such a nice piece. So, the little steamer that kind of can will be the next runner on the layout. I will put a car behind it just to have more than just a caboose, but I do not guarantee proper operation. Yep, that's the limit. I watch all Larry's options, I think. Doesn't matter now. I changed the decoder. Oh, nice, Jeff. I hope the lighting's doing well. Nice. There are no fires on my layout. I'm keeping it cool. I'm keeping the layout chill. That makes sense. I also like your dinosaurs. Adds variety and a different style to the layout. It's nice. Yes, he has dinos on his layout, Holly. So after this train, I will put on the double header, the double Kato header. Actually, I'll try first with a single loco, and if it's not enough, I'll put a double header from Kato, and we will run a. We will try the. I don't have big hopes, but we will give the well cars a try for the layout. I don't think it'll run, but I figured why not give it a try. It doesn't cost me nothing if I keep it on the layout. Oh, speaking of, Dave, once you figure out which software that Joe sent you for track planning, let me know so that if I have some ideas, I can send you the files for the correct software. I'm thinking that you could modify my my plans. Why again? Me getting in your business? Why am I doing this? You can tell me to fuck off sometimes, right? You are very much allowed to say that as well. I'm really trying to put my my action into another, like, to see myself as someone from someone else's eyes, just so that sure, but I like to give advice, but also there's a point where there's a limit. It's not just advice, it's just me telling you, hey, do this or do that. So, hey. Hi, CP Modeler. Will do, Russ. Will do. We'll try my best. But yeah, I want to give advice, but I'm trying to wait till someone asks me, because I'm really trying to look at myself from someone else's point of view, and if I'd find that behavior annoying from someone else's point of view, I want to correct that. Well, the difference is, Dave, it's part of your culture. I don't know if TCT is still here, but the Kiwis and the Scots, the F word and the C words are pretty common. And not a and not as much of a bad thing over there. Does your N scale layout have a gradient? Yes, it does, and that's why I'm so limited. It's off camera, but there's a 4% incline. Which is why I'm limited on what I can run on this layout. The biggest perk of N scale is its size, meaning that you only need to climb 2 inches high for clearance if you do an over and under. So doing 3% or 2% grade would be my recommendation in N scale, because it takes 4 feet, 4% to get to no, what am I saying? So 2 feet for an inch. Yeah, it takes 4 feet of track for at 4%, but at 3% it takes 6 feet, which is not that long if you count the curves. And then it's how do I say this? It's 8 feet for 2 inches at 2%, which is a lot, but not as bad as you'd think, and gives you, with the curves, it's not as bad as you'd think, and prevents a lot of problems, especially with how light the engines are. Russ is acting. Russ is mirroring the behavior of the person. This is what I like to believe a nice channel, so Russ is being nice. But if someone's a meanie potty head to Russ, he will clap back because he can defend himself. So, I will bring out the locos that I'm thinking I'm going to use for the to pull the metal well cars, and we will change that over. Sorry, Holly, if it's changing quickly, but I'm excited to try the well cars, and I will need a transition car. I did not convert the couplers on those. I'm gonna need a double header. This is gonna be a heavy train. Damn. Can you run the SZ90 Mac? We'll do later. Well, I'm running the AC4400 from CN right now, so there's that. But the SZ90 Mac can come back later for sure. I just want to try this with the well cars. Well, just one works. Well, so far it does. Hasn't encountered tight radius yet. That might be an issue. I don't think this can run 9-inch radius. Well, we'll see in a second. Well, a minute. Because one car, sure, but it's the mechanism where it, whoop, what is it caught on? That is... Ah, the car is getting caught on the side of the layout. I made it a little wide. Okay, so that's also a thing that I need to fix. And the tunnel portal are not high enough for a double stack. Whoops. Things happen, huh? We're learning. I forget things, apparently. I was not expecting that, but, you know. Nothing bad came out of it, it's just funny, quite frankly. Alright, let's try 2. Let's try a second car. This is off the track, and we'll pull it off the layout. Alright, let's try 2 and see what happens. I'm really thinking that the 9 3/4 inch radius might be a problem. Yep, Jim, you were right. That CP modeler is a Kato. It's not touching. Seems to be working. Huh. Well, I'll be damned. I will put 3 then. Because it's pulling up the hill. And it's not touching, and it's... I mean, I knew it would be stable because I said it multiple times in my video. But right, this is the only problem, and this is such a fixable issue that I will fix it right now. Just need my X-Acto knife, such a useful tool, and to cut off the excess plaster that's getting caught on the car. When I made this layout, I didn't expect to run as many things as I'm currently doing. Where is it stuck now? Oh, there. I will actually reverse it so I can clear more. It's running so well, this layout, much better than anticipated, so I'm just enjoying it at this point. I'll actually go grab a vacuum and mute myself so it doesn't pierce your ears. Remove all that mess. I'm back, and this should work. Should keyword. Oh, wrong way around. I really missed it by that much. That is not the brightest idea from my part. And I'm hearing Dusty coming down, so Russ, you might be able to see him tonight. I hear it bump, but it's not blocking, so it's good enough for me. Hi, Dusty. I will turn on my camera and show you Dusty again. Laptop. Say hi to the camera, Dusty. He is a very sweet boy. He's a rescue, an adult that was left in the woods somewhere and picked up after being attacked by something else. So he loves to eat, but he loves cuddles. So he is very sweet and very nice. Playful, very sweet and very nice. So if you like cats, he's about as good as it gets. That's also why, I don't know how well you see it, but some of his ears have like missing pieces and he has some scars on his hair. That's from his time in the woods, but he's not problematic whatsoever. He can steal from your plate if you don't watch him because he's still on his fending for himself from the woods, but he's a very sweet boy. Apparently everyone's sick. Hey Dave. A happy bunch, but not a healthy bunch. You are correct, Holly. Yes, I have. I even have a scar to prove it. So Dusty, I know you want to stay on me, but I'm gonna put you on the chair because I need to do stuff. Yes. You can stay on the chair if you want. Yes. I want to see if I can add at least one car. Good boy. Where is my CN, what I call cheapo caboose? Not so cheap, but not the fancy ones. I thought I had it here. I want to put it in the back of this train. Don't worry, Dave. The reason I think I didn't get to 400 is because most of the watchers of your streams are watcher here. This is the one thing I found, that we have a lot of viewers in common, so people can't really double subscribe. Also, you're probably noticing I'm running 3 out of 5 cars with a very heavy transition car before, and my engine is the exact same as yours. I really think metal wheels would benefit your cars, your well cars, because if this one can pull 3 out of 5 up a hill, yours should pull 10 on flat. I guarantee you that. I'll actually do all 5 just to prove. It might struggle for all 5. Don't worry. If it struggles, it's not a. It's the 4% grade, but I don't think it'll pull all 5 up a hill, but yeah. So we'll put all. I really want to try all 5, and if it doesn't, I'm adding a second loco. We're running all 5. Well, I'll be damned. Yep, it's pulling all 5 up the hill. So you absolutely should go for metal wheels, because no way that this one can pull up a hill for a 4-axle, 4% incline, all 5 cars. Your exact same loco, which I've seen runs great, should pull all 10 on flat. We can still do a double header for fun, but this is beautiful if you ask me. Man, these cars are amazing. Thank you again for those cars. I'm really, really happy with them. Really happy. Yeah, well, that isn't actually a skip of snow, even though it looks like it. This was me fixing my track issue earlier, and by fixing, I mean ripping off the road bed from there so it flattens the track, so it doesn't climb as high. Also, if you're wondering why I'm positioned so weird, it's because Dusty climbed on me as soon as he could. He's on my lap right now. You just saw his ears. I will move my camera a bit so you can see. Dusty. Yes. Well, I'm happy it looks good, because I really do enjoy this this tiny layout. I really do think that this is one of my greatest accomplishments, because it's the only layout I've gotten this far into completion, which is like 90%, 90 to 95, and I couldn't be happier with it because of how much I could fit in the space. See you next time, CP Modeler. I absolutely do enjoy my tiny trains. Thank you, Jim. Now, let's do my double header. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Alright, so let's go. Let's try to grab the loco without moving Dusty, because he's very happy in his spot. And I can't. Oh, yes, I got it. So I cannot explain to you why. He moved, and it was my fault. I cannot explain to you why, but my favorite freight diesel loco design is the SD40-2. Usually with dynamic brakes, this one doesn't, but that's a small detail. I cannot tell you why. I just really love them. And I don't like the snoot. And it's midnight. I'm off to bed. Alright, good night, Holly. Thank you for coming. I will put on the SD4-2 for a double header for fun. And we might add a few cars, a few freight cars behind it. Because it's a double header. It has the power. And those are two Kato engines, so they're really good engines. Well, that took a turn. It forgot something. You forgot something. I need another car or two. All right, so what's happening in the chat? So I'm noticing my SD40-2 is running much slower than usual, and I'm not sure why. I might need to clean... Oh, hi Brent, I didn't even notice you coming in. I might need to clean the wheels on that one. But it is picking up power, it's just slower than usual. And I don't mean with the train on. I know the train is slowing it down by a bunch. But right now it's running slow because of the SD40. I guarantee you it won't pull this whole train up the hill by itself. That is not happening. The rest of the layout it would, but the uphill part, not really. Why is it so slow though? Why is the SD40 not running? Ah, it's not super slow, but it's not that much slower, but it is a bit slower though. It's quite a bit slower. Yeah, that's what I thought. It wouldn't be able to pull it uphill. Oh, wrong direction. Let's see if this amount is doable. Nope. It is spinning its life away. Oh, that is a problem I did not think about. Let's see if in reverse it's faster, just in case. Sometimes the motors prefer a direction over another, so. Well, of course, coming down the hill like that. Well, it's pushing, and it's pushing fine. Might do that, might put it in reverse. See, it's the AC 4400 is faster, not by as much as I thought, but it is faster. Has one of the drive shaft maybe fallen out? No. No, it's not spinning. I haven't opened the engine at all, actually, so it's... No, it's just the motor's not reacting to the voltage as good. DC, well, you know DC, you know. It's just like that. Sometimes there's some dirt on the contacts and it just doesn't transfer the power as well, and that's what happens. I'm okay with it, honestly. No, unfortunately. No, it's not spinning. That's the weird part. It's well, weird. It's just slower. It's not problematic. The AC 4400 was spinning. That one it is, but that's not. That one was pulling a ton of cars up the hill. So that one was, you know, normal that it spins. The SD40-2 is not spinning. It's just taking its time. There you go. Now there's no problem. I can actually add more cars if I want to. Oh, I heard a derailment. Yeah, that would happen. The shank on the front car is not long, and the SD40 has a lot of swing. I will just add a few more cars that have more weight and swing. A wheel. Things have happened. That's fine. Alright, so let's get back on track. Let's put some more cars. We have a BC rail that's beautiful. I have a few more cars that I can put that are gorgeous as well. And I will turn off my camera so you don't look at my nether area, like so. I'm gonna put a twist on some actually. This is gonna be heavy, folks, but that's okay. It's a double header. Talk about a long train. It's almost going under itself. All-nighter? No. I'll continue till about another 15 minutes, quite honestly. I just wanted to see this run and enjoy it a bit, so. that's not what I'm gonna. No. Not gonna comment on that one. It may have, also Dave, I missed that last message of does it have warm gear bearings? It does, and I haven't oiled it in a while, so that might just be it. But it's loosening itself, it's warming up. It's running great. Did you notice your description says Monday? No, I did not. Thank you for noticing, Russ. I will go change that. It'll be too late for tonight, but I'll have it because I reuse old and just modify. It will be set for next time. So thank you very much. YouTube Studio. Current live. Content. Dave, I'm not be at 400, but it says I'm at 398. I'm so close. Live, currently live, edit, and change from Monday to Saturday night. Well, just Saturday. Day. Thank you very much. Channel, dashboard. At 398, I'm almost tempted to run until I hit 400, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'll hit it tonight. So, Dusty, yeah, boy. Let's turn on the camera so that people can see you if they want to. We need 2 more. Yeah, I know. It's a small amount, but Model Train YouTube might not be busy at this time of the day, so we'll see. I might put up a YouTube short or 2. Those usually pick me up a few subscribers. Oh, no worry. Oh, Lake Winnipeg. That sounds like a nice place. Never been there, but it sounds nice. Yeah, Dusty. Oh. Can you see my avatar photo? I can. It's small, but I can actually. I'm assuming that's your orange tiger. Well, your lion or your bobcat, which. So, like I said, we'll run until 1:30 my time, so midnight 30 for Eastern Standard Time, and scrolling back down, And so another 13 minutes. Oh man, Russ. Yeah, that he must be very cuddly if he was on his own for a while. These are usually the ones that appreciate the most being with people when they're on their own for a while. Look at Jim being what do you say? What's the word when you always want to eat even when you're full? He wants more food even though I fed him. You know, Jim, that's enough. You've had enough for tonight. No more popcorn for you. Glutton. Yeah, that would be a good word. Or just, you know. So demanding tonight. Yeah. So, oh, by the way, Dave, random thing to try. The cameras tonight are all plugged, except one, into the adapter, the splitter that we sometimes have bugs with, Dave, the powered USB hub. And I've noticed that mine, if I set the power to 50 hertz, they don't bug as much. And I don't know why. There's no reason why. Like, I'm 60 hertz. We're in North America. It's a 60 hertz country. But it's like if that hub runs on 50 hertz per power source. So the cameras adapt to this, but then we're trying to override them in the the camera settings in OBS. It asks you if you're running on 50 or 60 hertz. I put them at 50 hertz. I think it was by accident. I don't know why they were at 50 hertz, but I've noticed that tonight they were at 50 hertz and they didn't freeze all night. And that's the only setting that changed. And they're through the hub. So my theory here is that the hub's internal is running 50 hertz even though the wall's at 60 hertz. I have no explanation, Dave. Why only one cam? Mine, there's a few that sometimes does it, and 50 hertz seems to help because it didn't do it tonight. I don't know. I really don't know, honestly. It's dodgy cam. Yeah, probably. But so yeah, if I remember the last stream you changed that cam, but if you decide to put it back up to see an extra angle for fun and it bugs again, put it at 50 to see if it'll work. I doubt it, but it's worth a try. I mean, it's a free, you already have it, so it doesn't cost you anything other than your time. And is your time valuable? That's the real question. See, Dave, that's where it's different with me. There's no leftovers after I've gone through stuff. I get my girlfriend's leftover, but there's nothing left after me. I'm making fun of Jim for eating a lot, and then I'm the one who eats a lot. I really need to convert the couplers on these cars. I'm not doing it at this time of the day, but I really need to convert the couplers on the well cars. They're too nice not to have knuckle couplers. They're really nice. And yeah, with the metal wheels, that was the solution. Because you can see it for yourself. I have not seen any streamer with smooth flow of... Yeah, well, for the camera down there in my camera, those are very cheap cameras, so you won't see... You can't expect anything from it. The rest of the cameras, I know YouTube compresses, and since I put very low latency between the YouTube feed and what I'm doing, it does make it worse for fluidity and for video quality. But I do think that the three other cameras, the three main cameras of the layout, are pretty smooth. If I bring up the delay, I could have a higher quality. But if I have a higher delay, by the time I see your guys' answers, it's... Thank you, Dave. And I mean, it looks, even if when I rewatch, it looks smooth, but it's not like buttery smooth 120 FPS smooth, right? It's smooth for YouTube. That's what I mean. Like, it's good, but it's good for YouTube. It's not actually super smooth. But also, as you said multiple times to me, Dave, until I did it, good lighting makes a big difference with these cameras. That's fine, Russ. I still prefer to blame YouTube than take the blame myself. It's more fun to blame YouTube. And it's easier as well. Yeah, that is true. These cameras were $35 each or $40 each on average. The good ones, right? And the first big investment, like the good amount of money investment I want to do, is the Rode mics you have. Hi, Daniel. The Rode mics you have, Dave. If I can find one that has a Type-C plug that I can put in my laptop, because my laptop has a Type-C directly on it, I want a microphone on me. And of all the on-shirt microphone that I've seen and heard on YouTube, your Rodes are the only one I actually enjoy. Every other ones, they either sound muffled, they sound weird, or you can hear the... Yeah, no, I don't have $700 for that right now. But yeah, your Rode mics that you're using, and my girlfriend's biggest note that she told me to be careful and mindful of is I move around a lot, but the mic is not, so you lose my voice for the time I'm away and then I'm back. These on-you mics would solve that issue as well. But I don't want the cheapo $20 ones. I want the Rodes that you have, because they're the only one I actually enjoy the sound. I don't have the cash to invest in it right away, but when I will, you can bet that I will absolutely buy that set. It sounds so good compared to about every other thing that you've used. Yeah, that's also a good thing. So yeah, that setup is exactly what I want to use. Your Rodes, they're perfect. Hi again. So, I said I would end at 1:30. It's 1:26. I want to run the RDC a bit more again tonight, but I want to enjoy this double header for a little longer. So we're gonna last a bit longer, because why not? And we might pick up another subscriber. I'm still at 398, but we might pick up another subscriber by then. We don't know. A morning night with some guy in New Zealand. Yeah. So, while I understand what you meant, Darren, being that he's in Australia or New Zealand actually, means that it was the morning or the afternoon for him. Did you ever fix your... Yes, I did. Oh, I've got a coupler. Well, to me that means we're gonna change the train. Yes, I did, Dave. Okay, well, I'm gonna look into it right now because I'm now logged in on this account. Because last time I checked, the address was public on my Amazon account, so it should show up. Amazon.ca. Account and list. Kevin's wish list. Public. Manage list. Share my delivery address with seller. So I do not understand why it's not working. I'm gonna see if I can right view only. So Dave, you don't have to buy anything. I'm gonna send the link in the chat and tell me if you are able to send it to my address. It might be because I said view only and not view and edit because I don't want people to put, you know, marital aids in my list. Let's put it that way. Also, there's a lot of items in there that are not train related, so I don't expect anyone to buy me any non-trail train related items either. This is because I also use this list for the Christmas gifts from the in-laws. Because they know my address and they don't even ship it to my address, they ship it to theirs. Oh yeah, TCT, he's a frequent viewer of this channel. I sent him over, so that's nice. I'm glad. You don't have to worry about that. Why? Because you'll send me one anyways, Jim? You'll send me a marital aid just for fun. Again, this list is public to other people that aren't here, so that's why I'm not a... Nope, your address is still not showing up. Okay, I will try if I make the... Can I create a different list? Create a wish list. There you go. Let's try something new. Model. Train. Stuff. Create. Manage list. Public. Recipient email. I don't understand why it wouldn't show. Why can I put it public and not have it sendable to me? It makes no sense in my mind. All right, I'll add a few things to this second list that I just made, and see if I send you the link. If that one, you can see my address. Alright, so model train stuff, share. Alright, let's see if this works. This is such a weird bug. But if this one works, that's fine. If it's still, hi Daz. Nice to see Daz here. Oh, Jersey Bill's back. Nice. I have off tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. Well, now at this point it's today, Sunday. But I'll be able to be around until. I'll be able to sleep enough for my Monday job. I will try a different style of links, just in case. View and edit, just to see if the edit option fixes it. Because and the link's not working when it's public. Nice. So Brent, it's not if the that's Goose. Nice. The list is visible. It's the fact that once click to add to cart and send, my personal address is not an option. So like you'll order something for yourself. So like Dave can see the link. He just, once he clicks to buy, my address is not an option. And I'm sure he's done it before, so that's not the issue. Oh, right, I was changing train. Whoops. Forgot about that. Oh, right, there's an order for this. I need to do the last car first. And the RDC for the last few minutes. We'll see how long it runs. Well, how long I'll stay up, that's more the thing. It's how long will I run. And she's on track and she's great. Try adding to your current, see the address. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking it would be. Private, it just pays for you, and you know it doesn't tell you the address. It just lets you buy it. But I don't understand at all. Why is Amazon being a problem tonight? Well, it just signed me out for whatever freaking reason. I need to check my password manager to find my password. It's just a pain, and it's not being. I've tried every time. It says currently unavailable. Nice. Oh, that brand. If you're in the U.S., that might be the issue. I put the Canadian link. Nice. This is jolly. Then you can. You know what? There you go. It's back. Dave brought all the gremlins to the yard. Alright. So has anyone caught my password? Alright, so I honestly cannot find any setting in Amazon. So at this point, I honestly don't know. And Dave, I don't think I deserve any gifts. I think that's just it. Amazon's like, nope, he doesn't deserve stuff. So I have no idea why. but it's just being Amazon. Quite frankly, it's because it's public. It's manage list. Share my address. It's shared. Let buyers. I really don't know. There's no options. I can't find any other options. So at this point, never mind. Hi, Christopher. I mean, of course they'll respond. They want more sales, right? I'm a naughty boy, is what Jersey Bill is saying. Alright, so it's 1:45. Unfortunately, Christopher, I am ending the stream now. I've been live for a few hours now, so I'm getting tired. Like I said, it's 1:45 where I live. We will see you on another live stream. Thanks everyone for coming. Thanks everyone for being here. And see you on the next live stream next week, or maybe before if we do a video or shorts or whatever, something on YouTube. Good night, everyone. Take care. See you next week.